真っ白
Many women say to me, "You're
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. has destroyed a turret. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
I'm winning and losing, winning and losing, winning and losing. For the past 5 hours, I've gone win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. It's my last 5 hours.
Money, bitch.
Grounded?
Let me see something. I'm gonna check the difference. If I go dark mode, there's like no difference.
I'll tell you the most important things in life. First thing is health. Because you don't have shit if you're
I
dead.
won last game.
Doesn't matter how rich you are, doesn't matter how much you love your friends, doesn't matter how nice your girlfriend is, if you're about to die, or you're sitting in bed and you're fat and you're diabetic.
13,
Health is the
yeah,
most
I know.
important thing. Second thing is the health
But if I
and
think
respect of
something
people you
tells
love,
me if we
friends and
win this
family.
game,
But
it'll
most
go
people
up
actually
more.
have
I think
these.
we'll get at
maybe
least.
not health because they don't look after themselves. But most people, if you're watching this, you're probably relatively healthy. You probably have friends and family around you. The third most important thing is money. And it's money because money can buy you everything except for the top two things. What can money not buy you besides prolong your life forever? Even though it can help with health, it can't keep you alive forever. And genuine respect from friends or someone you love. Money is everything else. That's everything else is money. If you're not obsessed with money, then you're not obsessed with freedom. That's what money is. Money buys you freedom. Where am I? You don't need to know. Fact is, I go wherever the fuck I want all the time.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. has been slain. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
For standing up to these actions, for saying, yeah, we're not just going to take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to let this expand to further territories. We're going to create the NATO alliance, and we're going to rally democratic liberal regimes to stand up to this illiberalism, this violence, and this aggression. And so, yeah, Lex, it's always convenient to have an enemy. But there was an enemy. Nikolai Leonov, who recently died, he died in April 2022, and he had a major funeral. He was the last head analyst of the Soviet KGB. And Leonov is one of the most important figures for understanding the Soviet collapse. And he has the best memoir on the Soviet collapse, which is known in Russian as Likholetia. You will understand that. And you'll help your your podcast listeners understand, there's a singularity to that kind of expression, licholetia. Leonov just died. But one of the things and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Beseda, gave the eulogy at Leonov's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie that all of these people have been arrested and purged and other nonsense in social media. But to get back to what Leonov said and get back to your enemy point, Leonov said, the West spent all this time blackening the image of the Soviet Union, all these resources and propaganda and covert operations to blacken the Soviet image. And they did, Lex. The West did do that. And then Leonov wrote in the next sentence, and you know what? We gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah, you're saying a kind of sobering reality, which it is possible to some degree to draw a line between the good guys and the bad guys.
Freedom is better than unfreedom, Lex. It's a lot better than unfreedom, and a guy like you understands that really well.
Well, so yes, but those are all, there's words like justice, freedom, what else? Love. You can use a lot of words that Hitler himself used to describe why he is actually creating a better world than those he's fighting. So some of it is propaganda. The question is, on the ground, what is actually increasing the amount of freedom in the world?
Institutions, Lex, right? We're not talking about propaganda here. When we use words like freedom, we're talking about rule of law. We're talking about protection of civil liberties. We're talking about protection of private property. We're talking about an independent and well-funded judiciary. We're talking about an impartial, non-corrupt, competent civil service. We're talking about separation of powers, where the executive branch's power is limited, usually by an elected parliament. In fact, yes, let's talk about elections. Let's talk about freedom of speech and freedom of the public sphere. We're not talking about freedom as a slogan here. We're talking about a huge array of institutions and practices and norms, ultimately, right? And if they exist, you know and you live under them. And if they don't exist, you fully understand that as well. Ukraine was a flawed democracy before Russia invaded. It's utterly corrupt, many ways dysfunctional, especially the elites were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources. And yet Ukraine had an open public sphere, and it had a parliament that functioned. And so despite its flaws, it was still a democracy. The regime in Moscow, you can't say that, Lex. It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine. There's corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference? And the answer is, well, Ukraine had the open public sphere. Ukraine had a real parliament. Can you call Russia's Duma a real parliament? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say that there were any checks whatsoever on the executive branch in Russia? Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence or really full level of competence, even compared to the Ukrainian judiciary, which was nothing to brag about? No, you can't say that. So we can differentiate between the very flawed, corrupt, oligarchic democracy in Ukraine and the very corrupt, oligarchic autocracy in Russia. I think that's a fair distinction.
Yeah, we should say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is a fundamental difference, as you're highlighting. Russia is a corrupt autocracy. Ukraine, we could say, is a corrupt democracy. And to that level, there's a fundamental difference.
Ukraine is not murdering its own journalists in systematic fashion. If journalists are killed in Ukraine, it's a tragedy. If journalists are killed in Russia or Russian journalists are killed abroad, it's regime policy.
And the degree to which a nation is authoritarian means that it's suffocating its own spirit, its capacity to flourish. It's we're not just talking about the freedom of the press, those kinds of things, but basically all industries get suffocated, and you're no longer being able to flourish as a nation, grow the production, the GDP, the scientists, the art, the culture, all those kinds of things.
Yes, Lex, you're absolutely right. And so before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022 into Ukraine, because as you know, the war has been going on for many years at a lower level, compared to what it is these days, but still a tragic war with many deaths. Prior to February 2022, before this latest war, we could have said that the greatest victims of the Putin regime are Russian, domestic. That the people who are suffering the most from the Putin regime are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact are sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and atrocities that have been well documented and more are being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, after you include that, then of course the larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians, but ultimately Russians. And there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, rigorous words are standing in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Oliver Stone. Now, I would love you to elaborate to this agreement you have here with his words and maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea is that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 was forced by the expansion of NATO, the imperialist imperative of the United States and the NATO forces. You disagree with this point in terms of placing the blame somehow on the invasion on forces larger than the particular two nations involved, but more on the geopolitics of the world that's driven by the most powerful military nation in the world, which is the United States.
Yeah, Lex, so let's imagine that a tragedy's happened here in New York and a woman got raped. We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, you know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt, and there was no option but for the rapist to rape her. The woman was wearing lipstick, or the woman was applying for NATO membership and just had to be raped. Didn't want to rape her, but was compelled because of what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing and the alliances that she was under international law, signed by Moscow, all the treaties, that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to. Treaties that the UN Charter, signed by Russia, Soviet Union. The 1975 Helsinki Agreement, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1990 Charter of Paris for a New Europe, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act, signed by the Russian government and post-Soviet. All of those documents signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international imperator, right, successor of the Soviet state. All of those agreements are still in force, and all of them say that countries are sovereign and can freely choose their foreign policy and what alliances they want. Let's even go farther. You don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther than that. Is an autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security something new in Russian history? Did we not see this before? Does this not predate NATO expansion? Does this not predate the existence of NATO? Would Oliver Stone sit here in this chair and say to you, they had to impose serfdom in the 17th century because NATO expanded. They had no choice. Their hands were tied. They were compelled to treat their own population like slaves because, NATO expanded. I could go on through the examples of Russian history that predate the existence, let alone the expansion of NATO, where you have behavior, policies, actions very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin. And you can't explain those by NATO expansion, can you? And so that argument doesn't wash for me because I have a pattern here that predates NATO expansion. I have international agreements, founding documents signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing a short skirt. It's because you have raped them. You've committed a criminal act, Lex.
I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, and the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think how to dance within this metaphor because it feels like it wasn't precisely the right one, but I think that it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done
An enemy
has been
slain.
honorable or intelligent. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. We live in liberal regimes. We live under rule of law. Liberal in the classical sense of rule of law,
An enemy
not
has
liberal
been
in the leftist
slain.
sense. We live in places like that, and we can criticize ourselves. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made, or the policy choices, or the inactions that were taken. And there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorites, the dishonor or the mistakes, and I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and problems.
And we won't end up in prison for it.
Yeah, Alex, and so I'm thankful for that.
Yes.
And I'm thankful that people may disagree and that people make the argument that NATO expansion is to blame. But you see, I'm countering two arguments. I'm countering one argument, which is very deeply popular, pervasive, about how Russia has this cultural tendency to aggression. And it can't help but invade its neighbors, and it does it again and again. And it's eternal Russian imperialism, and you have to watch out for it. This very popular argument in the Baltic states, it's really popular in Warsaw, it's really popular with the liberal interventionists, and it's very, very popular with those who were part of the Iraq War squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that, and the reason I'm against it is because it's not true. It's empirically false. There is no cultural trait, inherent tendency for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they make.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice that it is, the decision.
And therefore they could make different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up to the West. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization unto itself. We can still be Russia. We can still worship in Orthodox cathedrals, or we can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first ranks of powers. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of this dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and capability. It's not eternal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument here, Lex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. Very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither eternal Russian imperialism, nor is it Western imperialism, right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join the West, that beg to get in, either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other trade agreements. Those are voluntarily entered into, and that's not criminal. If the West's sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which, as I say, people voluntarily join, if that expands, that's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifists who are members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack, it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which had the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime, since the Western countries that make up the EU and NATO decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, freely elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election, and that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interests, that's not a crime, Lex. That's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade you. Right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you, that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, et cetera, but the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Iraq, Lex, because it wasn't legal, in addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But, Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West that we ought to criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events that we're talking about today.
So you get into trouble. It's largely erroneous to think about both the West or the United States from an imperialist perspective and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual aggressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. So let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin. The choice to invade Ukraine, or to escalate the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Now we're a few months removed from that decision, initial decision. Why do you think he did it? What are the errors in understanding the situation, in calculating the outcomes, and everything else about this decision? I'm with you.
Yeah, Lex, when a war doesn't go well, it looks like lunacy to have launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go well?
War never goes according to plan. All war is based upon miscalculation, but not everybody is punished for their miscalculation. All aggressive war, not defensive war, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust, you can recalibrate. You know, when you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you in 1,000 feet, make a right.
Yeah.
And you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right?
Yeah.
It tells you, okay, now, go turn around or U-turn or make a left. It doesn't say you're an idiot and turn around, but it does recalculate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation usually, it's the failure to do that adjustment. Right? People I know who are hedge fund traders, I asked them, what's your favorite trade? And the line from them all, and this is a cliche, is, my favorite trade is when I made a mistake, but I got out early before all the carnage. So their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant trade, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating quickly, right? So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation thing. Let's imagine, Lex, that you've been getting away with murder. I don't mean murder in a figurative sense. I mean you've been murdering people. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just with, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use Novichok, or you use some other internationally outlawed chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you were removed from power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there was some sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of those sanctions. Little people paid the price of those sanctions. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine not only were you murdering people literally, but you decided to entice the idiotic ruler of Georgia into a provocation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you bit off these territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then you decided, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in the Donbass, in eastern Ukraine, in Luhansk and Donetsk. Let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, it could be slapped a couple of times. And you said, I can pretty much do what I want. They're putting a sanction here and there, and they're doing this, and they're doing that, and you know what? They're more energy dependent on me than before. I got better money laundering and reputation services than anybody. Maybe the Middle East and Chinese will disagree with you that you have better than them, but yours are pretty good. And the Panama Papers get released, revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what happens? Nothing happens, Lex. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as figuratively, and you think, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond at scale, in fact, the indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regimes. That great German cliche, Wandel durch Handel, right? Change through trade, or transformation through trade, one of Angela Merkel's favorite expressions, right? You're going to get the other side to be better, rather than confront them in a Cold War fashion, where you stand up to their aggressions and you punish them severely in order to deter further. So that's the first and most important part of the calculation, miscalculation. There are a lot of other dimensions.
So can we pause on that really quick? So this is kind of idea of it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, which is a more generous description of what you're saying. That you don't incorporate into the calculation the amount of human suffering that the decisions cause, but instead you look at sort of the success based on some kind of measure for you personally and for the nation, in not in terms of in the humanitarian sense, but in some kind of economic sense and the power, geopolitical power sense.
Yeah? You're not sentimental. Like, you say to yourself, the cause of Russian greatness is greater than any individual life. Russia being in the first rank of great power, Russia realizing its mission to be a special country with a special mission in the world, a civilization unto itself. First rank of the great powers, maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's lives, right? We have a lot of literature on the Putin regime which talks about the kleptocracy. The place is a kleptocracy, and it is a kleptocracy. We all can see that, and anybody in London living the high life, servicing this kleptocracy, can testify that it's a kleptocracy. And not only in London, of course, right here in the United States, in New York. But you know, it's not only a kleptocracy, Lex. That was the problem of the Russian studies literature. It wasn't just about stealing, looting the state. It was about Russian greatness. You see those rituals in the Kremlin, right? In the Grand Kremlin Palace, in the St. George's Hall, some of the greatest interiors in the world. And you see award ceremonies, and you see marking holidays, and all of these looters of the state have their uniforms on with their medals, and someone's giving a speech or singing a ballad, and their eyes are moist. Their eyes are moist. Because they're thieves and looters? No, Lex. Because they believe in Russian greatness. They have a deep and fundamental, passionate commitment to the greatness of Russia, which, in unsentimental fashion, they're all sentimental to the max. That's why their eyes are moistened. But they imagine unsentimentally that any sacrifice is okay, a sacrifice of other people's lives, a sacrifice of their conscripts in the military, a sacrifice of Ukrainian women and children and elderly. That's a small price to pay for those moist eyes about Russian greatness and Russia's position in the world.
Well, that human thing, that sentimentality, is a thing that can get us in trouble in the United States as well and lead us to wars, that illegal wars and so on. But the United States, there's repercussions for breaking the law. You're going to pay for illegal wars in the end. You're saying that in authoritarian regimes, the sentimentality can really get out of hand, and you can, like charismatic leaders, they can take that and manipulate the populace. For me, I think that in the span of history led to atrocities, and in today's world lead to humanitarian crises.
It's not just a kleptocracy, it's a belief system.
Yeah.
It's passion, it's conviction. It's you can call them illusions, you can call them fantasies, whatever you want to call them, they're real. They're real for those people. And so yes, they're looting that very state that they're trying to make one of the great powers in the world. And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. And they resent that the West is more powerful. People talk about how Putin doesn't understand the world and that he gets really bad information. Lex, if you're sitting there in that Kremlin and you're trying to conduct business in the world and you're getting reports from your finance minister or your central bank governor, your whole economy, everything that matters, somehow all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros. Do you have any illusions about who controls the international financial system? I don't think so, Lex. You looking over your industrial plan for the next year, and you're looking over how many tanks you're going to get, and how many cruise missiles you're going to get, and how many submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It says right there in the paperwork where the component parts come from, where the software comes from. It comes from the West. Your whole military-industrial complex is dependent on high-end Western technology. And let's say you're in Beijing, not just in Moscow, and you go to a meeting in your own neighborhood. You're the leader of China. You go to a meeting with other Asian leaders. Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, they don't speak. You go to an international meeting with the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of that? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in when you're under that. You need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency. You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in English. And I could go on. All the indicators that you live in, and so Putin lives in that world. He's no fool.
Well, push back. Isn't it possible that, as you said, the minions operate in that world? But can't you, if you're the leader of Russia or the leader of China or the leader of these different nations, still put up walls for actually when you think in the privacy of your own mind, you exist not in the international world, but in a world where there's this great Russian Empire or this great Chinese Empire.
Yes.
And then you forget that there's English, you forget that there's technology in iPhone, you forget that there's all of this US keeps popping up on all different paperwork. That just becomes the blurry details that dissipate, because what matters is the greatness of this dream empire that I have in my mind as a dictator.
I would put it this way, Lex. After you absorb all of that from your minions, and it impresses upon your consciousness where you live in a Western dominated world, that the multipolar world doesn't exist. Your goal is to make that multipolar world exist. Your goal is to bring down the West. Your goal is for the West to weaken. Your goal is a currency other than the dollar and the euro. Your goal is an international financial system that you dominate. Your goal is technological self-sufficiency made in China 2035, right? Your goal is a world that you dominate, not that the West dominates. And you're going to do everything you can to try to attain that world, which is a Russian-centric world, or a Chinese-centric world, or what we could call a Eurasian-centric world. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we enumerated before. But maybe you're going to get a helping hand. Maybe the West is going to transfer their best technology to you. They're going to sell you their best stuff. And then you're going to absorb it and maybe copy it and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking services to you. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium, because you're willing to have your poor people mine that stuff and die of disease at an early age. But Western governments, they don't want to do that, right? They don't want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. First blood. An ally has been slain. been slain. has destroyed a turret. Minions have spawned. First blood. slain. Shut down. Shut down. turret. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Backfired. Let's start with this. Today, we got the news that Joe Biden's inner circle, including his wife and his sister, are complaining that the staff is handling Joe Biden with white gloves. They're not letting him go. They're not letting him be Joe himself. And they're blaming the disastrous poll numbers and the lack of appeal on the White House and the handlers, preventing Joe from becoming Joe. Now, here's the problem. Every time Joe becomes Joe, it's a disaster, and they have to walk back what he said, and it ends up backfiring. And in reality, folks, this guy's not really leading the country. And I think we all know it by now. This guy's just a front, a cover-up, a facade. And they're going to throw him under the bus when things go sour. The folks who actually lead the country right now is the cult, the deep state, the globalist, the green oligarchy. That's who. And their agenda is not aligned with the working class of this country. And therefore, we're seeing all of these problems. Inflation, an economic disaster, wars all over the place. Because their goals are not the goals of the working class of this country. Now, we talk about the oligarchy and the impact they have on the Federal Reserve a lot of times in this program. We talk about how the deep state is getting us into wars, unnecessary wars and conflicts all over the place that the majority of the American people have absolutely no interest in. We talk about the globalist part, the World's Economic Forum and the rest of them, and how their agenda is not aligned with the American people's agenda. But we seldom talk about the green part and how the greenies got us in trouble here by not thinking thinking strategically. And in doing so, they're going to push this inflation higher and higher and higher. And in this case, it all boils down to the EV lunacy, the EV paradox. They've been pushing for this agenda for a long time. And once Biden became president, the EV agenda accelerated. And we heard from companies like GM and Ford announcing that they're going to go all electric by 2030 and beyond, and they started to scrap assembly lines for traditional vehicles and building new assembly lines for EVs. In essence, auto manufacturers in America went all in into the EV mania. The problem in doing so is they put all of their eggs in one basket. That they're going to be able to achieve their goals in producing electric vehicles that are going to be affordable to the American public. And they're going to be out in timely manner. Now, you combine that with the anti-oil and gas energy by the administration, you have a lethal combination for inflation. This is what I tweeted back in March. The aggressive transition to the so-called green energy is a lose-lose situation. On one hand, supplies of oil are reduced, leading to higher prices. On the other hand, the soaring demand for materials related to green energy leads to higher prices. Inflation is here to stay. We did not invest in refineries for oil and gas. We've been demonizing oil and gas for a long time. Now, some of that criticism is understandable and merited because the oil and gas industry is not led by a bunch of angels. We've had oil spills and a lot of pollution throughout the years. But the approach taken right now is not gradual in nature. For example, we did not encourage the oil and gas industry and invest in the oil and gas industry to become greener. We decided to demonize oil and gas altogether and move all eggs in one basket in the renewables, and in this case, in electric vehicles. But we did not have a plan for the gradual transition, which is the way it should have happened. And of course, it all ties in with the corruption. Your beloved dear politicians used to be invested in oil and gas, not anymore. They bought shares in electric vehicles and renewable energy manufacturers. Of course, they want to pump and go all in, promoting the green/EV agenda. That left us with less refineries to cope with this demand. On the other hand, we're also seeing increased demand for the materials that go into the manufacturing of electric vehicles. This combination leads to higher prices for EVs, a shortage of supply for newer cars. It also leads to higher gas prices at the pump. And this is what we're seeing right now. Take a listen.
I don't want to sugarcoat that. The driving season is beginning. There will be more demand for gasoline, more demand for oil. That will cause additional upward pressure like it does every year, but now it's on top of already high prices. So this is going to be a rough, from now through the end of the year, really.
Now, the Secretary of Energy, Granholm, is absolutely incompetent, and she should not even be trusted to make a cup of coffee, let alone leading the Energy Department. Now, remember, last year she was asked about this, that we're seeing soaring gasoline prices at the pump. What is her plan in increasing the supply of oil to relieve consumers at the pump? This was her response. Take a listen.
What is the Granholm plan to increase oil production in America?
Oh my God. That is hilarious.
So yeah, laughing, as if this is a laughing matter. This is the Secretary of Energy, laughing at you while you feel the pain at the pump. And then again, when she was asked about the average gas price in this country, she didn't even know, and she responded sarcastically. Take a listen.
The last time you filled your car up with gasoline, do you know what the price, remember what the price was?
I drive an electric vehicle.
Okay.
So again, the Secretary of Energy is doing wisecracks, sarcastic answers to the pain that you and I are feeling at the pump. No regard, no empathy at all. You don't like the higher gasoline prices? Poor you. Get yourself an EV. This is the response from this administration, led by the Secretary of Energy, because it's all part of an agenda. You think they feel empathy for you when you're paying $100 to fill up your gas tank? Of course not. They see it as an encouraging sign that the consumer will be forced to shift to EVs. The problem is, where are the EVs? And how affordable or unaffordable are they? Well, here's your Secretary of Transportation. Take a look.
Secretary Pete, I am with one of our great DOT electric vehicles and excited to go pick up a friend who's going to share some news on the future of electric vehicles in this country. There she is. Hey, hop on in. Can't believe they let me drive this thing.
Wish me luck. Just kidding. I know I'm in good hands.
Right.
So again, in their bubble, this is all funny. This is all working as planned. No problems at all. Get yourself an EV and stop complaining. And by the way, what happens when the Department of Transportation and other federal government agencies compete in the EV market? They have unlimited pockets. If Ford has a limited supply of the Mach-E, for example, and I, as a consumer, competing against the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation, who have an unlimited budget, and they can bid these prices higher. And of course, the whole goal from changing their fleet from regular cars to EVs is to virtue signal. That's all. But by doing so, they took that supply away from the consumer. And by the way, Pete, here's an example for you. This is from Ford dealership here in San Diego, where I happen to live. This is the Mach-E that they have, and it's in transit, so it's not here yet. The price that I'm seeing right now is $53,000, okay? Now, the price for the Ford Escape, which is not an EV, not a hybrid either, the cheapest model from Ford is at around $35,000. Now, this is a difference of about $20,000. Now, do you really think that the American consumer has $53,000 laying around? The majority of Americans are actually living paycheck to paycheck, and they don't even have $500 saved for emergencies. Now, let's say that you're a consumer, and you must buy a car now, a new car. You have no other choice. You need a car, you gotta buy it now. You have a choice between the Ford Escape at around $35,000. You have the Mustang Mach-E, which is an EV, at around $53,000. Which one are you gonna go with? Now, Mayor Pete might argue that in the long run, yes, you're paying more in the sticker price for an EV, but the savings are worth it because you're not paying for gas. The problem is, who has $20,000 almost just laying around, under the mattress, under the couch? Unless, of course, you're the California woman who found $36,000 cash inside the cushion of a free couch she got from a family on Craigslist. But besides that, nobody has that kind of cash laying around. So yes, I know in the long run, an EV is gonna save me money, but I don't have that cash right off the gate. And by the way, $35,000 for a Ford Escape, that's too much already. Who can afford that? A regular family, a working class family. Nobody can afford that. So when these monsters, like the Secretary of Energy, for example, keep saying, oh, poor you don't like the high gas prices at the pump, get yourself an EV. If only that was easy and affordable, Mrs. Granholm. And by the way, you should not even be anywhere remotely close to a position in the government making decisions in our behalf because you're a corporate tool beholden to the oligarchs and their agenda. That's all there is. And you wonder why we're in trouble now? You wonder why we have this insane inflation going on? You got Janet Yellen, Yale graduate, former Fed chair, and she got it wrong all along on inflation. Meanwhile, you got a douchebag on YouTube who barely graduated college, got it right from the get-go. Why? Because we have ideologues leading the government right now. We have tools who are beholden to the oligarchy leading us right now, and they're not taking decisions that are aligned with the American people's agenda. They're taking decisions that are aligned with the oligarchy's agenda. And this is why we're in trouble right now. Mrs. Granholm is no different than Janet Yellen. She got it wrong from the get-go. She went all in the renewable green agenda to please the oligarchs, her sponsors, and she got it wrong from the get-go. Now here's the problem. And even Joe Manchin, Senator Manchin, agrees with me. He said that he has grave concerns about moving too quickly toward an EV-only future. Now, Senator Manchin, of course, is beholden to the coal industry and oil and gas companies. But he's right in this case because the transition is not gradual. And a lot of mistakes have been made leading to higher inflation. And spoiler alert for you, this inflation is not going to be relieved anytime soon. Why? You see, when you encourage all of these companies to go all in the EV agenda, scrapping assembly lines meant for regular cars and building new assembly lines for EVs, okay, now we have all of these manufacturers in America, in Europe, in Asia, all competing to produce more electric vehicles. And now we have a dynamic where we have soaring demand, the supplies that goes into the manufacturing of EV batteries. Now, are these supplies ample? Are they all over the place? Of course not. We have a scarcity of supplies, and now we have this dynamic where the EV manufacturers are pushing the demand higher for these materials that go into the manufacturing of EV batteries, the likes of lithium, nickel, cobalt, yet the supply of these materials is not widely available. See, the mistake from the get-go was they went all in with the EV agenda. Okay, we're going to scrap the assembly lines, we're going to produce EVs. That's the easy part, but they forgot about the supply. They forgot about lithium mining, nickel mining, cobalt mining. Who's going to produce the batteries? Are we going to be reliant on foreign countries for these supplies? If that is the case, then what is the point? The whole point of shifting from oil and gas to EVs and green energy is to be independent from foreign countries. But they did not think about that side. They thought about one side. If we just announce that GM is going all electric, the stock is going to shoot up higher, they make more money, but where is the supply? That is the missing part. And this dynamic is leading to higher prices for EVs. That is if you can find them to begin with. As you can see, there is clear correlation between the sales of EVs globally and the price of lithium. Matter of fact, look at this. The lithium carbonate prices in China, all-time highs, a nearly 500% surge, five-fold since April of last year. Lithium prices are moving significantly higher because the demand is too high, the supply is nowhere to be found. And by the way, this dynamic of demand outpacing supplies for lithium is projected to be with us all the way to 2026 and perhaps beyond. Are you starting to see the disaster that is about to happen here? With the era of cars costing you $20,000, $25,000, even $35,000, those days are going to be gone because the new cars that are going to be available, when they're going to be available, which nobody knows when, but when they become available, they're going to be too expensive for the average consumer. 50 grand minimum, if not more. What does that do to used cars prices? Are you starting to put two and two together and finding out that inflation is not going to go down anytime soon? You're on the right track, baby. Look at this. Single-handedly, electric vehicles are pushing the demand for lithium. So by the end of the decade, 2030, we're going to need 5 times the amount of lithium that we're consuming right now. The vast majority of that demand comes from EVs. So we know the demand is soaring. Again, where is the supply? Even Elon Musk is appealing for more lithium production to meet battery demand. And things are getting dire here because they're seeing what's about to happen. They're seeing the disaster in the making. And the White House is now responding. They haven't taken action yet, but senators are urging the Biden administration to invoke the Defense Act to produce these much-needed battery materials. We talk about lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, and the rest of them. Because it's not just lithium that soared higher. All of them soared higher. The prices of nickel, cobalt, all moving higher because the supplies are nowhere to be found for now. It takes years to develop these mines' operations. The supply, in the case of cobalt, lithium, nickel, graphite, and the rest of them, got a severe shock from the sudden and instant pop in demand. See, if the increase in demand was gradual and rational, we would have not overwhelmed the supply chain in lithium, cobalt, nickel, and the prices would not have gotten this high. But leave it to the geniuses, of course. Granholm, Biden, Yellen. You think this ship is not going to sink? Think again. But the good news is you get the folks, the pumpers at Goldman Sachs, who say that the prices of the three key battery materials, we're talking about cobalt, lithium, and nickel, have already peaked. Now, do you trust Goldman Sachs? Of course not. I'd rather trust the scientists at Toyota, who say surging battery prices and shortages of metals and materials are likely to last for some time. And here's the bad news, folks. It's not just cobalt, lithium, and nickel. It's also chips. We have a severe chip shortage. This is not a surprise to any of us, specifically regular viewers of this channel. Now, guess what? According to the Commerce Secretary, this is another hack, by the way, beholden to the oligarchs, the average electric vehicles has about 2,000 chips, roughly double the average number of chips in a non-electric car. This is, of course, Raimundo, and she was giving remarks to the Detroit Economic Club. That's another satanic cult. And is there any relief in sight when it comes to the chip shortage? Of course not. Listen to Intel CEO, who now expects the chip shortage to last into 2024. Uh-oh. What are we going to do here, folks? How are these EVs ever going to be manufactured when the supplies are nowhere to be found? What happens between now and then? You put two and two together. New car prices, these are the non-EV new cars. The prices on those will continue to stay higher, thus supporting inflation higher. Likewise, the prices of used cars will maintain higher prices. The inflation in used cars, which many observers, by the way, assume to be transitory. Well, it's not going to be transitory because there is no new supply of cars. They went all in with the EV lunacy, and now we got no more supplies, baby. Your beater car, a piece of junk, well, that's going to be worth more than gold. Or excuse me, Bitcoin. And by the way, is the increased demand for lithium, nickel, cobalt actually green in nature? Is lithium mining, for example, really environmentally friendly? Of course not. It uses a ton of water. Matter of fact, there is a dark side to the EV lunacy. Do your own research, by the way. Don't take my word for it. Lithium mining, nickel mining, these are destructive to the environment, producing a lot of waste. And oh, by the way, using a ton of water. Approximately 2.2 million liters of water is needed to produce 1 ton of lithium. lithium. But the good news is we can export that pollution to the poorer countries again. So we can virtue signal with our EVs. We can have clean air in Europe, in America, in Canada. Or we can export all of that mining pollution of lithium, nickel to poorer countries. This whole lunacy is just another form of environmental colonialism, in my opinion at least. Listen to BMW's CEO who warned against the EV-only strategy. This is important. When you look at the technology coming out, the EV push, you must be careful because at the same time, you increase dependency on very few countries. I wonder which countries these are. Zipsy said at a roundtable in New York, highlighting that the supply of raw materials for batteries was controlled mostly by China. Da-da-da-da. If someone cannot buy an EV for some reason but needs a car, would you rather propose he continues to drive his old car forever? Question mark. If you're not selling combustion engines anymore, someone else will, said Zipsy. Whatever his name is, I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation or not. Now, he's onto something because who happen to be the largest producer of lithium? Which countries happen to be the largest producers of lithium? Maybe this is a little hard to read, so here it is. Number 1, Australia. Number 2, Chile. Number 3, China. And the US is not even close. Now, in theory, the United States has deposits of lithium more than China, but Bolivia comes at number 1, Argentina number 2, number 3, Chile. So it's mostly South America. And of course, it's not a surprise that the CIA conducted a coup in Bolivia, and Elon Musk celebrated that by saying, we will coup whoever we want, deal with it. But forget about the reserves. In reality, who is the largest producer of lithium on the planet? The answer is by far China. Chile, Australia, not even close. When we talk about the lithium carbonate that we actually need in batteries, China is the number 1 producer. So this EV lunacy, the aggressive push for EVs, is actually making China richer. What about nickel? The nickel pickle, this is according to the Wall Street Journal, by the way, is also a warning to the climate lobby that wants a hell-bent transition to green energy. EVs rely on metals like nickel and lithium that are mined in countries like Russia and China that don't share American interests. The top producers of nickel, number 1, Indonesia, number 2, Philippines, number 3, Russia. Where's the US? Nowhere to be found. How about graphite? Another critical component for EV batteries. Now, who happens to be the top producer of graphite across the world? Surprise, surprise. China. Da-da-da-da. Have you noticed that everything that this administration does ends up benefiting China? I wonder why. And then, of course, the reserves for graphites, number 1, Turkey, number 2, China, number 3, Brazil. Of course, the United States is nowhere to be found. And is this really going to work at the end of the day? Is the EV lunacy the key to answer the climate challenges? Of course not. Look at Norway, for example. Half of the cars in Norway are EVs. Did that push oil consumption in that country down? Of course not. It remains the same, pretty much. Is oil production down in Norway? Of course not. So what is the point here? What are we doing here? And here's the problem, folks. For us consumers, new cars are expensive and they're nowhere to be found. So you have to resort to used cars. Well, used cars prices are surging, led by vans, of course. The new American dream. Forget about a house with the white picket fence. That's back in the 50s. Now, the American dream got reduced to a used van. Yep, because your other choice is to be homeless down the street. But we're seeing it all over the place. Every city now. Tents all over the place. Every bridge, every highway. Homeless all over the place. But used cars prices are not going to go down. I mean, last year they said used cars prices, the inflation in used cars prices is transitory. And it's going to go down. It keeps going higher and higher and higher. Look at this pattern here from the Manheim Index. Can you assume that this is the top? Of course not. You have to assume that what happened in the past will continue to happen until we see a reversal signal. Do we have any reversal signal here? Of course not. So the assumption is used cars prices are going to go higher. How do you get it down? This is the important question because the answer is not going to be more supplies of new cars. That's not going to happen. So the answer, once again, ladies and gentlemen, pushing unemployment higher. Unfortunately, when people lose their jobs, they get rid of their cars, thus increasing the supplies and pushing prices down. How do you increase unemployment in the economy? You push interest rates higher, meaning the Fed will have to do more, a lot more tightening than they think they have to. And of course, I must close the segment by the great George Carlin, who said, it's a big club and you and I are not in it. But most importantly,
They got you by the balls.
anyways, we're going to move on here and cover the stock market for you. So let's do that, and we start with the...
turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.